came off to an absolutely perfect dispatch. First to show speed is Run Bambi Run, who leads it. Along with Sunshine Fever to the outside is Starlet Cole. Saving ground inside, a little rank early is Miss Gold. Then we come back to Roland Blackout. Outside of that is My Last Red Scent in some traffic. Yoda Glitz content to stalk there, 6 lengths off the leaders, saving ground inside. And at the back of the pack is Delusional Dream. Only 7 lengths from front to back through an opening quarter mile that went in 23-1. And Run Bambi Run, trying to start a winning streak, leading it by a half length from Sunshine Fever, who clings to that one in second. Outside is Starlet Cole. Kelsey's inside with Miss Gold. In between horses is Roland Blackout. On the wide side is My Last Red Scent. Yoda Glitz continues to save ground and wait for room. And Delusional Dream shades that one. 46-3, and Run Bambi Run is trying to put the race away into the far turn and opens up a 2-length lead. Sunshine Fever, now the warning call, being asked to keep up with that one. Roland Blackout's trying to close in. Outside, way outside, is My Last Red Scent, and Yoda Glitz is looking for room. They charge down that Canterbury stretch, and still Run Bambi Run. Outside is Roland Blackout, who's rolling down that stretch. Yoda Glitz gets out, and Yoda Glitz is full of run. Final football field, Yoda Glitz coming to get all the money. Seraphin Carmona, Yoda Glitz in front. The winning owners are Hugh Robertson and Joel Zamzow. The winning trainer is Mr. Mac Robertson, and the winning jockey is Seraphin Carmona. Congratulations at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off inside. Midnight Joy took a flyer right out of the gate and assumes control, followed by Aunt Gwen's. In between is Charlie Paints. Then we come back to Chuck's Every Wish, and Kind Kismet is tracking from 4 lengths off those leaders. They ping pong on the front end with Aunt Gwen's leading it by a neck. Midnight Joy right there on the inside with the jockey and the trainer looking to sweep the double. 4 lengths back to Charlie Paints. Outside of him comes the favorite Kind Kismet. And at the back of the pack is Chuck's Every Wish. 22-2, and there goes Aunt Gwen's. Aunt Gwen's quickly opens up 3. Midnight Joy spinning the wheels. Charlie Paints trying to close in, and Kind Kismet now unwinding from far back as they bend around that turn, and Aunt Gwen's has had to work hard to get the lead, and Charlie Paints and Kind Kismet are reaping the benefits. Midnight Joy trying to reconnect with those front markers as they hit the top of the Canterbury stretch. Charlie Paints in between. Outside is Kind Kismet. Midnight Joy still in with a chance in that final furlong. Kind Kismet, Charlie Paints, Midnight Joy, a spine tingler. Is this finally the day? It's Charlie Paints for Danny Chersvik. As mentioned, the owner is Danny Chersvik. The winning trainer is Joel Burnt, and the winning jockey is Kelsey Haar. Congratulations to those victorious connections. And they're off. Little traffic out of the gate for Bears D. Got shuffled back second last. Inside is Lucky Supernova. Middle of the track is High Ransom. Right behind those comes West Dakota. Then we come to More Money Mo. The 7 Burn Boss sitting 6 lengths off those leaders. Latin 4 shades that one. Braggadocious 4th last. Then it's to the inside to PR Call Me Maybe. Bears D is recovering nicely, has 8 to make up, and it's a gap of 5 to the tail of the field, the time to escape. They went 22-2, a very fast opening quarter mile for the favorite High Ransom, who's getting anything but a base on balls here tonight on the front. More Money Mo, a menacing presence there in second. Then it's West Dakota. Inside of that one comes Lucky Supernova. Outside in the 4-path is Latin Force. In between horses comes Burn Boss, and they go 46-3. They pepper through a half mile here with High Ransom dictating terms. More Money Mo is closing in. So is Latin Force. West Dakota's getting a great trip if good enough. Bears D has made up significant ground as they bend around that turn. And High Ransom trying to lead every step of the way with Dakota Wood. High Ransom to the top of the stretch with a 3-length lead from More Money Mo and Latin Force. And they stampede into the final furlong. And Latin Force is stoking the fire. But still, it's High Ransom who continues to pound away. Big time effort tonight. High Ransom, flag fall to that's all. 4 at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off. A bit of a tardy start for More Tiger Paw. Anything but tardy on the inside for Hoot Owl Hoot and Hoot Owl Hoot. Quickly out there by 3. Whiskey Sippy River is next. Then Pahapesto Willie. To the outside goes Mo Dingers, who's making a nice mid-race move, followed by TC Gold. Then we come back to Blushing Bee, and at the tail of the field is More Tiger Paw. Hoot Owl Hoot, hooting along with a 4-length lead from Whiskey Sippy River. Inside is Pahapesto Willie, outside is TC Gold. As they bend around the turn, this debuting Hoot Owl Hoot has done all the heavy lifting and leads it by 3. TC Gold out after that one as they approach the stretch run. Hoot Owl Hoot from TC Gold. Hoot Owl Hoot burst out of the gate, showed speed all the way, and one look was all it took. Luis Fuentes and Hoot Owl Hoot. In the 5th race, we have that jockey change on the 7 sending. Make the jockey Dakota Wood, and do note that Chad Lindsay is off his mounts for the remainder in 22 minutes. And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. Inside, Red Volta is quick to show speed. Outside, Yamils. In between horses comes Sending. And Sending wants that lead with Dakota Wood. Challenging Red Volta for the front. Tactical Express gets a good tracking trip. Then it's Smarty Be Good. Shaded to the outside by Yamils. Raytastic is inside. In between horses is Baby Doll Peach, followed by Petite Jean, and way at the tail of the field comes the debuting Zanzora. 21-3, and there goes Red Volta. Red Volta putting the pedal down as they bend around that turn. Tactical Express is scraping the paint. Outside is Yamils as they charge down that Canterbury turf. And here comes Yamils with big strides to the outside. Baby Doll Peach trying to unwind from the back, but this race is over. Yamils in front. Carmona. Congratulations, guys, the victorious connections of Yamils. On deck, we fast main track, no scratches or jockey changes. At the gate in 20. And they're off. Cliff Diver, first to show speed, but now there goes Handsome Harry, hustled out of there by Pena, and Handsome Harry wants the front. As they run by the judges, he's got that lead. Catholic Guilt inside with Kelsey. Then we come back about a length to Face Value. The favorite, Cliff Diver, in a good tracking position, just 3 lengths off those leaders. St. Elmo inside of him, and then a big gap of 6 lengths back to Last Martini and Burning Leaves. Both those horses will do their best running later. 23-4, and we've got a pace battle that is stoked up by Face Value. Face Value, outside of Catholic Guilt. Handsome Harry takes back into third. Cliff Diver trying to close in now within 2.5 lengths. St. Elmo following that one inside. Gap of 6. Back to Burning Leaves, and still nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. Under mostly sunny skies, the main track is fast and the turf course listed at firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the lone change on tonight's 8-race card. Just one change to report tonight. Race 1 through 6, free and clear, no changes. Race number 7, the only change on the card, scratch number 6, Make It Burn. Up next, Touchdown Tiles, today at the races with Jeff Madej and the loquacious Angela Herman.
No, I have it. Catcher. It's in there.
Are we doing play of the day?
Yep, we can do it.
Okay, we're gonna go 5, 4,
Well, welcome to Today at the Races, Canterbury Park, First Bet Studio. I'm Jeff Madey. I'm with Angela Herman. We're here to preview not just tonight, but what's coming up in the future. And Angela, we've got comedy tomorrow night with Charlie Behrens.
We do, yes. He's got a couple of shows going, and Charlie Behrens brings his comedic talents to the park. And that's good news for all of us. I mean, the last comedy show that we had here was a big success. We had a lot of people in here for Joe Gatto. And if you want to get your tickets, there's still some available for Charlie Behrens, but they are selling pretty quick. He's going to make just limited stops in the area, so you want to make sure that you get to that show on Friday.
That's right. And then Saturday, stakes racing action right here at Canterbury Park. It's a big race, the MTA Stallion Auction Sale. That's a reason to come out to Canterbury Park. It's race 2, so don't be late. But we've got an 8-race package on Saturday that starts at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that race is very intriguing because it's not just Minnesota breds. There's some different horses coming from different spots. One that I like from the south, but we'll get more into that on Saturday. We got the cars behind us. That car show going on right here at Canterbury later in the week on Sunday.
Concours d'Elegance. It's a car show. It's in the infield. You can buy your tickets at canterburypark.com. Starts, I think, about 10 o'clock in the morning, goes throughout the afternoon. I'm sure you can watch the football game somewhere here, maybe on the big screen, maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Watch it on your phone, for God's sake. But it is a cool show. Bring your kids. I think kids get in free as well. It's a good chance for grandparents or parents to bring their kids out and show them the car they used to drive.
Yeah, exactly. A little blast from the past. But we've got the present right behind us with the Loeffler leaderboard and a tight jockeys race that now finds Serafin Carmona sitting one ahead of Eddie Gallardo in second. They are trailing Luis Fuentes, who's had a pretty solid couple of weeks, 6 behind at the moment. But Serafin Carmona, who's been in third, riding a lot of races all summer here and other parts, has taken second away from Eddie Gallardo. On the trainer side of things, Mac remains dominantly atop the standings. And it's gotten a little bit further apart in second because Jose Silva Jr. also had a good week.
Yeah, Silva, he continues to fire, keeps claiming horses. Mac, he runs them right at you. So it's been a pretty good season for Mac Robertson, and he's been our top trainer a dozen times. And it looks like he's going to be tough to catch with just a few days remaining.
Right, and that's been the story of the season. Mac Robertson has just been finding the right spots. He's been able to hang on to a couple of horses like Shabams, win trips, and run them a lot through the summer, win a lot of races with them because they just have not been claimed away. A horse that's in a different camp, though, is going to be the play of the day tonight. That is in race number 3, the 3-horse, Cat Trick. I'm going to try Cat Trick because he was so impressive in breaking his maiden in only his second start early in July. Things haven't gone quite as well for Cat Trick since that time. There have been some troubled trips involved in his last 2 races, and he's been on the dirt. But getting back to those familiar settings where he broke his maiden might find him as a slight upsetter in race number 3. So that's going to be the play of the day, Cat Trick.
People like money. They like Cat Trick. They like you. So that's your play. Make some money. And if you want to do your own handicapping, here you go. Racing Form Past Performances right now. You can just download them right to your phone if you're already here. If you're at home watching on a computer, just download them, drf.com. Free Canterbury Park Past Performances each and every Thursday. And you can take your knowledge and play it on an online handicapping contest. As a $40 feeder on ExpressBet, the official ADW of Canterbury Park. It can get you into another contest on the 25th, I believe it is, and that'll feed you into the big contest, a $2,000 contest on the 26th. So $40 could get you into a $2,000 contest that can get you to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, the money you save on the PPs, you can put towards that $40 entry fee, and you have more of the contests that are going on this fall, including some of those other ones on ExpressBet outlined on our website. If you want to get into contest play, we also have local options too. Jeff is the commander of all things contest here, and there's lots of options coming up for you in the fall. He's always trying to find a new way to make a small investment into a giant prize, and one of those ways to do it is that $40 feeder. But another way to make great money at Canterbury is in our pick 5s. We have 10% takeout pick 5s that span the card, the first 5 and the final 5, incorporated in both of those wagers. 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum. You can use as many or as few horses as you like in each leg. There's some crossover in the middle. Those are the races that Kevin and I look a little bit closer at because they're involved in both of these sequences. But the first one starts out in 14 minutes, and Kevin makes a ticket every day for it.
He certainly does, and he likes to help you find those winners. Now, Cat Trick, that was your play of the day, and we know that's in that first pick 5. Can I single Cat Trick? It's 8-1 on the morning line. That seems dangerous, but I mean, we're not going to get to see your ticket, so I'm just going to ask you right now, is that a single for you, or might you go a little bit deeper?
I think that I would single him on one ticket. I might play two in the early part of it, because if you do play a couple of those, you can press your strongest opinions, and Catrick's one of mine tonight. But there are some other ones along the way. If you look through the first couple of races, there's just some horses that do stand out that a lot of people are going to single. Another small price, I don't know what she's going to end up being. I haven't looked at all the double wheel pays, is Dream Nap in race number 2. If you can find tickets where you can hone big races, and there's some bigger turf fields, down to just these 1 or 2 horses and spread yourself out, give yourself room to be wrong in the other legs. That's a good approach to take to not only the pick 5s, but our pick 4s and our dollar pick 3s, because you can really leverage those opinions. And even if you're wrong the rest of the night, if you've leveraged that one good opinion at a good price, you will end up ahead. That's kind of what we're looking for with the play of the day, with the power play, with the angle. Some horses maybe that you can hone in on that might be a bit below the surface that you can still use on a ticket or two to narrow that leg down.
Yeah, that's the key to making money. It's a pari-mutuel game. The winners take the losers' money. So
Correct.
if you can go a little bit a different direction than the rest of the crowd, you can cash for size. And we had, on was it Saturday night with a pick 5? I think paid $15,000, didn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, for
huge.
a 50-cent wager, and there wasn't any real obnoxious bombs in there. I think it closed out with a big
Brilliant.
price, but there were some other horses that made a lot of sense. So if you can spread appropriately and find that horse that wins at a decent price and knock out others, that's how you cash. Now you can see the horses coming in to the paddock right now with 12 minutes to post, so they're right on time. There's a lot of love for Loring Park. I've heard a lot of people talking about Loring Park. But there's some other possibilities in here. I think Sargis Sermon, who, there's a certain man in the press box here named Ted Gravelis. You can follow him at Midwest Paddock Report. He's part owner of Sargis Sermon. That horse has a chance here.
That's who I took in the first race. I'm standing behind them. Yeah, they've been very shrewd in not only their claims, but in the spots that they put them. And Sargis Sermon being on the outside, I think affords some options to Alonzo Quinones, who I think might have a big night, to either stay close to the pace, which I thought could be slow in here, which is I think why Loring Park is getting the attention that he's getting, or fall back if somebody decides to go do that for him. I think that was an advantage in his corner. He's 9-2. Loring Park is 2-1. But this is a good way to start off that first 5. And I know that Kevin did put together a ticket. Is it his turn to take the mic?
Not yet. We're still going to wait for the horses to get down there and get saddled, because I've got a question for you.
Tell me.
In Esperado, I mean, Esperado is the 6th horse in this opening race, which is the first leg of the pick 5, and everybody in the world loved In Esperado last time. Everybody in the world got absolutely nothing out of that horse. So now, are you a handicapper that says, boy, I'm done with this? Do you hold a grudge when you handicap? Or are you willing to just throw out the past, find reasons why maybe the horse didn't perform the way you thought, and then use it again?
Well, I try with horses like this that I thought fit the profile of our turf course, which is just horses with some natural speed to them. I just try to give them a little bit more forgiveness, but I think I've given enough forgiveness to an Esperado. He's a big dude, too. Being in the middle of other horses may not work quite as well for him. He likes a big, expansive turf course. I just think that he's been running better other places, so I might look for him down the road. I don't discredit him as a horse. I know that the connections have got to know him a little bit better since they've claimed him, but I just think that maybe in his particular case, his form is very dressed up by places that he likes a little bit better than Canterbury. That's just how it's been at this point for me with In Esperado. He is still taking money at 5-2, and I think that you could say that about some others in here that have maybe shown more elsewhere, but that's again what led me back to Sargis Sermon, the versatility, the local record. I mean, it's Ted Gravelis. He would never let me hear the end of it. If I did not take him and he won, I thought the price would be right and all of that fit together for him. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I could see how an Esperado could win, but he's one that I am taking a stand against in the first, and I really like Sargis Sermon in this spot. So, yeah, I'm confident taking him on top. He may be one of those that I would single on some of these tickets, but this is a tricky race, and I think that the board might end up even a little more evened out than it is at the moment.
Some good handicapping pointers there, because I think some handicappers, including myself, will do their work, say, I don't like In Esperado, I'm not going to use it. Then they look at the board, oh my God, it's 5-2, it's 2-1, I got to throw it in my ticket. And they start putting horses in there that they don't even like, and increasing the cost. And you got to have conviction. Have conviction in your handicapping. Yeah, you're going to be wrong on occasion. You're probably going to be wrong more often than you're right. But when you're right and you take a stand against a short price horse, that's when you get paid. And talking about getting paid, Ange, Kevin Gorg gets us paid each and every race day. He's going to do some analysis here in race number 1. He's going to look for a winner with his body language handicapping expertise. Kevin, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, looking forward to this first 5. Very competitive fields here to start this card. And race 1, I think, typical of what we're going to be looking at tonight. And I'm going to start with a long shot that I think is worth a look, at least if you're going to play tries and supers. Give Mark and Greeley a peek here. We've talked all summer long into the fall about Kelsey Haar and her proficiency bringing in long shots. I don't have this horse on my pick 5 ticket. You can see my ticket right there. I do go 4 deep. But at 15-1, this horse can hit the ticket, and she can save every inch of ground. This tricky distance at 1 1/16 out of the turf chute provides 3 turns. Not 2 turns, 3 turns. So the inside post positions, I think, get magnified in their positivity. Mark and Greeley, a sneaky long shot worth a peek at 14-1. I'm on the 2. I'm on Loring Park, right now favored. I like the natural speed. I like the post near the inside. And I love the way this horse always seems to fire on our turf course. Troy Bethke's Charge has tried the Canterbury turf 17 times, ended up in the trifecta 15 of those 17 times. So this is an older horse at age 6. His daddy was a Derby winner in Orb. I'm a big fan of the Offerman barn. You all know how I feel about my guy Troy Bethke. I think Loring Park is in a very good position from this post with that speed, and I want to see the body language. And yeah, for an older horse, this horse really looks good. Good energy, good-looking coat coming out of the enclosure, and I think a horse that's going to fire his best shot. But I do go 4 deep, and we'll talk about a couple of the value-priced horses on this ticket. Next in line, though, is the 3, Zuma Rudy. Morales gets the call for Chip Woolley. Third time off a layoff, just hasn't fired in those last 2. I'm going to take a wait and see. Does have 2 wins on this turf course, will be charging late. But I think this is some deep water, and the board tells the story at 35-1. I'm going to take a shot against Worcester here, but anytime I pick against a trainer as good as Tony Rengsdorf and a barn like Rocket Wrench, I get nervous because they win, and they win a bunch of races every year. 9 for 18 on this turf course in the exacta, and a horse that just last time didn't fire. I can certainly see a case to be made for Worcester, but at 4-1, I'm going to take a stand against. I went with the 5 instead. I think Coastal Waters has a big shot here, and people are going to get off Coastal Waters because last time out, he was dead last in a 3-horse field. That was at 1.25 miles. That was on the main track. He loves our turf course, and I get it. He's 1 for 23, but he's 13 for 23 in the money. This horse at 8-1 is a perfect horse to use in your trifecta and superfecta box, and if the race falls just right, I do think he's got a chance here at 8-1. 6 is an Esperado. I'm with Ange. I'm going to take a stand against this horse as well. Always dangerous when you don't have the track's top jockey in a turf race in the mix, but an Esperado looks like a horse that maybe is a little bit off form. I just didn't see much last time out, and Jeff's right. The world was on this horse. I was not one of them. I was actually on Sarge's sermon last time. And Esperado on his best day, absolutely good enough to win this race, and I think it's encouraging that the horse is taking money at 7-2. Number 7 is Cybertruck. I've got this horse in the mix. I actually think this horse at 24-1 is a ridiculous overlay. Once again, his last race doesn't look good, but it's muddied up and it's on dirt. I don't look at that race as being anything other than a tightener. And you go back to those turf races before that, 70, 70, and 65. That puts him right in the conversation. So for my pick 5, I would love to see this horse win. He's 20+1. And I think the 7 has a legitimate chance with G-Rod if he gets the pace. I don't see a ton of speed. This horse likes to motor in from off the pace, but I think that price is ridiculous. 23-1 on a horse that was made 6-1 by a professional line maker here on the morning line. That is value indeed. I think Sarge's Sermon's another horse that has to be considered. I don't love the post. I've talked about the 3 turns. But, boy, this horse has enough natural speed to sit a pretty nice trip. If the 2 doesn't bring his A game, if Loring Park brings the B game, then Sarge's Sermon's going to be right there poised to pounce. He's got the speed to sit the trip. He loves this turf course, 7 for 9 in the top 3. And speaking of body language, makes a really nice impression in the paddock. So get those pick 5 tickets in. You can see we're Only 4 minutes to post here for race 1. So now is your time to get those tickets in. I bet our guys from TV will throw that ticket back up there when they get closer to post. I'm excited to play the Pick 5. I hope you are too. There are the selections from the entire grid. Good luck and enjoy a fun night of racing here at Canterbury. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody out in the paddock, starting with race 2.
Onto the John Deere dirt, then the firm turf course for race number 1. No scratches.
About a minute to go, and there's that ticket one more time. $72 investment. I go 4 deep here. I'm going to play a backup ticket, singling my 2, just in case I get that favorite home. But I do think the 5, 7, and 8 are fair prices and can win this race. Leg 2, I'm going to use 2, 4, and 5. And I think the second race, small field, but very competitive. My top pick is Babe at 9-2. So 2, 4, and 5 in race 2. The third race is a critical race for me. I'm only using 2 horses, Commissioner Oscar and Victorious Vanda. Those are my 2 there. Race 4, 4, 6, and 7. Flatter Me Baby, the 7. Going to be tough to beat, again, for Troy Bethke. He's got a chance to win a couple here early in the card. And then in race 5, I'll close it out with 1 and 2. A big closer in Mystifier, a speedball in Johnny Bigani, who I'll get to later in my power play segment. 2, 5, 7, 8 with 2, 4, 5 with 7, 9 with 4, 6, 7 with 1 and 2. Play mine, modify mine, but get your ticket in now. They're inside a minute. The first 5 has paid hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. We had a huge payoff again last Saturday night. See if you can get lucky here with that final or that first 5 and that 10% takeout as they get close to the gate.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Thursdays at Canterbury, provided by Michelob Golden Light and Comcast Xfinity. We also thank Appalatos, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, and Quick Trip. Our featured groups this evening include the Lando Lakes Sales Retreat, the Ames Leadership Team Event, Bow Business Group, the Hagen Party, Minnesota Real Estate Club, Northland Securities, Online Freight Services, RM Management, and Vincent Companies. It's post time. They're reaching the gate for race number 1, first of 8 on a beautiful Thursday in Shakopee, Minnesota. As they move in line, welcome to those of you here at Canterbury Park, those of you playing the first 5 with the horse racing low 10% takeout. We welcome you from abroad. Our leading rider, Luis Fuentes, 6 clear from Serafin Carmona, and 7 clear from Eduardo Gallardo. And we have 7 racing days remaining. Leading trainer, Mac Robertson, plus 11 on Jose Silva Jr. The first on a firm turf course, rail at 15. First favorite, Loring Park and Eddie G. War Chest, the senior of the 2 Rocket Wrench runners, in Cybertruck and Sarge's Sermon. 8 in the gate for the first on the turf. And they're racing. Mark and Greeley out speedily, Loring Park out faster, and from between them, War Chest, the 9-year-old, showing some speed. After that, Cybertruck to the inside of Sarge's Sermon, potentially very wide around the turn. After that, we have Zuma Rudy, 6 lengths from the front and to the inside of Cybertruck, and Coastal Waters is 6 lengths behind Loring Park, and Loring Park does it reasonably and does it by 1. War Chest lays second to the inside of stablemate Inesperado. That one's to the inside of Sarge's Sermon, 4, 5 wide around the turn. Loring Park nearly 2. After that, Mark and Greeley sequestered to the inside of Zuma Rudy. Outside of that, Cybertruck, and Coastal Waters is now 8 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go on the Canterbury turf, and the veteran War Chest, the 9-year-old, attempting to join Loring Park. Inesperado loose reined and being pushed on a bit, about 2.5, 3 out of it. Mark and Greeley trying to make a mark from the inside. Zuma Rudy between them outside of that Sarge's Sermon. Then it's Coastal Waters to the inside of Cybertruck, and 8 are sardined by 4, and Loring Park still leads it by play ahead. War Chest continues to bug, and they're now on level terms. They travel in perfect harmony at the top of the stretch. Loring Park perhaps still ahead. War Chest 5 clear. Sargis Sermon in Esperado drops out of it, and here they come. Loring Park trying to sail wire to wire. War Chest on the wrong lead, but trying to end up in the right place, the winner's circle. After that, Zumarudi, and on the outside, Coastal Waters. War Chest, this veteran 9-year-old, trying to get by Loring Park, but he couldn't. It's Loring Park wire to wire. Photo finish, tight photo finish. Hold all tickets. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 2, Loring Park, 2435 in 142.89. First race, official. First Superfecta paid $133 for a dime. 3 to 5 shot on top. Exacta $7.80. The trifecta paid $119.20. It was chalk all odds. Race number 2 to the John Deere Dirt, and it's fast. Loeffler sponsored the first race. Race number 2, courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Also, Xfinity Comcast and XfinityMobile.com. We also thank Tri-State Bobcat. Race time for the second, about 22 minutes from now. Up to the winner's enclosure. After his first win of the year, it is Loring Park and Eduardo Gallardo. Loring Park is owned by Karen Offerman and trained by Troy Bethke. This is a 6-year-old big gelding by Orb from the Tisnow mare Holidazzle. Bred in Minnesota by the late Bob Lothenbach. gate for the first on the turf. And they're racing. Mark and Greeley out speedily. Loring Park out faster. And from between them, War Chest, the 9-year-old, showing some speed. After that, Cybertruck to the inside of Sargis Sermon, potentially very wide around the turn. After that, we have Zuma Rudy, 6 lengths from the front end to the inside of Cybertruck. And Coastal Waters is 6 lengths behind Loring Park. And Loring Park does it reasonably and does it by 1. War Chest lay second to the inside of Stablemate in Esperado. That one's to the inside of Sargis Sermon, 4, 5 wide around the turn. Loring Park nearly 2. After that, Mark and Greeley sequestered to the inside of Zuma Rudy. Outside of that, Cybertruck and Coastal Waters is now 8 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go on the Canterbury turf, and the veteran War Chest, the 9-year-old, attempting to join Loring Park in Esperado, loose reined and being pushed on a bit, about 2.5, 3 out of it. Mark and Greeley trying to make a mark from the inside. Zuma Rudy between them. Outside of that, Sargis Sermon. Then it's Coastal Waters to the inside of Cybertruck, and 8 are sardined by 4, and Loring Park still leads it by a head. War Chest continues to bug, and they're now on level terms. They travel in perfect harmony at the top of the stretch. Loring Park perhaps still ahead. War Chest 5 clear. Sargis Sermon in Esperado drops out of it, and here they come. Loring Park trying to sail wire to wire. War Chest on the wrong lead, trying to end up in the right place, the winner's circle. After that, Zuma Rudy, and on the outside, Coastal Waters. War Chest, this veteran 9-year-old, trying to get by Loring Park, but he couldn't. It's Loring Park wire to wire.
Lorraine Park takes them all the way. Heady ride by Eduardo Gallardo, and Troy Bethke has some horses in good position for wins tonight. Gets the card started out with a nice winner. The favorites provide the victory in the first leg of that first five. Pick five, and now we start a pick four. The early pick four starts with this puzzle here. The 6-horse field where I think all 6 can win. In fact, the morning line favorite, Sea Level the 3, at last check was double digits, now down to 7-1, but very interesting how the wagering is spread out. Number 1 is Dream Nap. Carmona also gave his horse a great ride in the first race. That was War Chest, came up a nose short. He rides first call for Mac Robertson. Chicago shippers have done very well at the meeting. We've got the double handler. We've got a gorgeous looking 3-year-old filly here in the paddock. Now she's taking on her elders. She's lightly raced, and that post might force the hand of the jockey, Serafin Carmona. So I would expect that she'll show a little speed. If she can get into a good rhythm, she's certainly got talent. And anytime Mac Robertson puts a 3-year-old in against older company right here in a spot like this, probably likes the horse a little bit. Number 2 is Miss Jeopardy, the current favorite, the Churchill Downs Steamer. Cody Rosine trains. The jockey, Eduardo Gallardo, looks to sweep the double. And listen, we don't get a lot of Churchill Downs shippers here, but when they do show up, they tend to run, and the fans are betting this one hard right now. Likes to sit just off the pace and make a late run. That, I think, goes very well with the race flow here with some speed balls to the inside and outside. So Miss Jeopardy looks like the horse to beat without a doubt. Number 3 is Sea Level, the aforementioned horse, 2-1 morning line favorite. Right now a conspicuous 7-1 on the board. I don't understand that. Mike Beeler, our top jockey, Luis Fuentes, a horse in off a 76 Beyer speed figure, which is the best of the bunch. Has speed but doesn't need the lead. She can pass horses, so I think this is one of those horses, if they're going to give you 6-7-1, I might have to recalibrate my initial thoughts because I tried to beat her, but now that she's 7-1, I'm having second thoughts. That's a heck of a price on Sea Level. I was shopping for a price, and my price is gone. Oh, babe, 9-2 morning line. Beyer speed figures a cut below most of these, and they're still betting. I get Quinones, I get my guy Gary Shear, and I get a horse that's versatile. I like her versatility. She has natural speed. She doesn't need the lead, and I think she can work out her own trip. In a race like this, where they're all pretty evenly matched, I thought that could be a separator. I think that price will drift up, and she looks great down here in the paddock. I'll try the 4, Oh Babe. 5 is Amaretto de Amor, and Kelsey Haar fits her like a glove. This is one of those goofball horses that she's in, she's out, but when she's in, she's special. And last time out, she was remarkable. 77 fig. She's won 2 in a row. She has that early speed. I will expect Kelsey Haar to be on the engine early. And don't sleep on Mia Baby for the Canterbury Chapel. G-Rod for Pat Fields. If they go quick early, watch out for this horse late. The pace could be hot. This is a proven closer who should be motoring when they turn for home. Race 2 starts the early pick 4 with races 2, 3, 4, and 5. We've got 6 of them here. Very evenly matched field going 6 furlongs. They'll be at the gate inside of 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Hello from the winner's circle. Before we get to our second race today, we've got an opportunity for this lovely lady over here to win a prize with her knowledge of Oktoberfest. Remember, we got Oktoberfest coming here for the next couple of weeks. Who do I have playing today? What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Alyssa. I'm from South Carolina.
Well, welcome to Minnesota. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Oktoberfest is a big deal here the next couple of weeks. We're going to turn around and look at the tote board, answer a multiple choice question correctly, and you'll get a daily double pack to enjoy the rest of your time here. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right, let's turn around and take a look. What do the locals of Munich, Germany call their local festival? What do they refer to it as? Weizen, Festival of Beer, Deutschland Celebration, or Annual Feast? A, B, C, or D? If you know the answer, you feel free to shout it out. Do you have an idea of what you think it is?
Want to say C?
I'll give you one more shot. It is not C. Let's try one more answer. I really want you to get this daily double pack. A, B, or D?
We'll go B.
Is it B, Festival of Beer? I'm sorry, it is Weizen, but that's okay. Don't come back, or we don't leave here empty-handed. You got a couple of admission passes. You can come back and check out Oktoberfest. You'll know all the answers next time. Thank you for being down here.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming. If you want to check out Oktoberfest, remember we got it coming up on the 21st and the 28th. Make sure you can join us out here at the park for Oktoberfest.
Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for race 2. The Churchill Downs interloper, Miss Jeopardy, pegged by the fans as the 7-5 favorite. Second choice, Inside, Chicago Steamer, who just pitched Seraphin Carmona. That's Dream Nap. A couple of 3-year-olds to the inside. Next in line will be Sea Level in the familiar silks of the Butzos. Mia Baby getting set to join the field. We're almost ready for that early pick 4. Good luck, everybody. There in the gate. And they're off. Perfect dispatch. Amaretto de Amor looking for 3 wins in a row. Wants that lead. And by golly, Kelsey Haar is going to get it. Inside comes Dream Nap. Then it's the favorite, Miss Jeopardy, 1 from the rail. Oh Babe is mid-pack, 3 lengths off that tearaway leader. Then it's Mia Baby, who's got just 5 to make up. And a big gap of 4 back to Sea Level, trying to win her second in a row, but she's got 9 lengths to make up. And Amaretto de Amor, razor sharp right now, leading it and leading at 8-1. Miss Jeopardy on the inside, Oh Babe in between them. Outside, here comes Mia Baby going for a run. Dream Nap kind of spinning the wheels. And then back to the tail of the field to Sea Level. 21-4, a fast opening quarter mile. We'll see if Amaretto de Amor can keep it together, drifting out here on the turn. And Miss Jeopardy's going to reap the benefits. The Churchill Invader goes right up the inside and takes the lead as the jock looks to sweep the double. Amaretto de Amor back into the bit, trying to hang in there. Oh Babe to the outside, and Mia Baby is charging into that final football field. It's Miss Jeopardy from a pesky Oh Babe and Mia Baby along with Dream Nap, who's got some late run. Miss Jeopardy trying to get to the wire and does. She hung on. She got that dream opening turn for home. Holds off the late charge from Dream Nap. An exciting race in 111.06. Photo sign up on the board. We had a claim in race 2, which we'll get to here momentarily. There is a claim. That photo sign is down. The winner of race 2 was indeed number 2. Jockey Eduardo Gallardo sweeps the early double. It finishes 2-1, 6-4. 2-1, 6-4 as the favorites sweep the early double. Miss Jeopardy was claimed for $40,000 back in June at Churchill Downs. Makes the ship to Shakopee pay off tonight. She's ready to move into the winner's circle. Here she comes, the soon-to-be official winner of our second race. She's number 2. She's Miss Jeopardy. Miss Jeopardy's a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Enticed out of word association. She was foaled in Kentucky by the Mackenzie Bloodstock Association. She's owned by the Novogratz Racing Stable, and she's trained by Cody Rosine. And the winning jockey, sweeping the early double, Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Miss Jeopardy. We had a claim for $12,500 in race number 2. The 3-horse, Sea Level, claimed for $12,500. The new owners, Pooley Thoroughbreds. The new trainer, Matt Williams. Sea Level claimed for $12,500. On deck, back to a firm turf for race 3 with no scratches and no jockey changes. At the gate in 21. There in the gate. And they're off. Perfect dispatch. Amaretto de Amor looking for 3 wins in a row. Wants that lead. And by golly, Kelsey Haar's going to get it. Inside comes Dream Nap. Then it's the favorite, Miss Jeopardy, 1 from the rail. Oh Babe is mid-pack, 3 lengths off that tearaway leader. Then it's Mia Baby, who's got just 5 to make up. And a big gap of 4 back to Sea Level, trying to win her 2nd in a row, but she's got 9 lengths to make up. And Amaretto de Amor, razor sharp right now, leading it and leading at 8-1. Miss Jeopardy on the inside, Oh Babe in between them. Outside, here comes Mia Baby going for a run. Dream Nap kind of spinning the wheels. And then back to the tail of the field to Sea Level. 21-4, a fast opening quarter mile. We'll see if Amaretto de Amor can keep it together, drifting out here on the turn. And Miss Jeopardy's going to reap the benefits. The Churchill Invader goes right up the inside and takes the lead as the jock looks to sweep the double. Amaretto de Amor back into the bit, trying to hang in there. Oh Babe to the outside, and Mia Baby is charging into that final football field. It's Miss Jeopardy from a pesky Oh Babe, and Mia Baby along with Dream Nap, who's got some late run. Miss Jeopardy trying to get to the wire and does. She hung on. She got
Another close finish goes to a well-bet favorite, and Cody Rosine's barn gets the victory in race number 3. Congratulations to the Novogratz bunch as well. We go to the 3rd, we go to the turf. Let's bring Minnesota Breds out to play. We got quite a few in race number 3. In a complex pace scenario, there's some closers on the inside, and in fact, you got to go pretty far towards the outside of the gate to find the pace. Wild Time has shown some at certain points, but lately it's been kind of a mixed bag with him. Last time he did show speed, but prior to that he had been coming from off the pace with Seraphin Carmona. He's going to rejoin him tonight, and maybe they'll show speed like they did last time around, but it didn't end up too well for him. Rejection Hertz came and ran everybody down that day. He did so with a lot of support behind him, but Wild Time was beaten as the heavy favorite 2-back. That was a big problem, and I had to use him underneath. I mean, I would use definitely Wild Time involved in your supers at least, and he's 5-1. That's a square enough price, but kind of figuring out a tactic and finishing the drill have been a couple of problems for Wild Time, so until then I'm going to use him underneath. The Reds' Mr. Z came from off the pace to break his maiden earlier in the year, but that was on the dirt. That was quite a while ago too. That was the middle of June, and since then he's only tried the turf one time. It was at this relative level. I mean, it was open company, but he really didn't pick up his feet too much. They're going to put blinkers on Reds' Mr. Z today, and Ceballos got to know him last time around a little bit more. Didn't beat anybody home that day. Can only go up from there. He is going to be a healthy price, and right now that price is 25-1. 7-1 is the price on my top choice. That's what you get with Cat Trick. Cat Trick doesn't have quite as much experience as most of his competition, but he did win in his second start going 2 turns on the turf. It's not an easy task, but Cat Trick did that with what looked like a lot of horse right behind the leaders early. He burst away, won by almost a length. Josh's Drama, the second place finisher, has come back to win since then, but Cat Trick has had some complicated journeys since that time, and he hasn't been quite as close to the pace. Last time around, the race got washed off the turf. I'm willing to forgive that one, as Cat Trick has really shown nothing on dirt up to this point, and 7-1 is square enough. Alonso Quinones might be able to get him into the race a little bit more early, and I think being surrounded by some of the horses that he is, including Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, who comes from off the pace, he might have a clear run at things. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man broke his maiden quite a while ago. Last August to be exact, he took a field from just off the pace and won by a huge margin, but Ramblin' Gamblin' Man has only been on the turf a couple of times lately, hasn't had much success doing so, and I don't know if the pace is really going to set up the way that you would like it to for him, but he was a little closer last time around to some solid fractions, and he may find himself in more of a stalking position again today. Who Does It Better comes from the same barn, employed a similar tactic to break his maiden, but did so on the turf, and he did it on a good turf course, July 6th. Who Does It Better usually probably would appreciate more pace. I'm going to say that over and over again with a lot of these closers on the inside, but they're all at the mercy of, including Gabriel's Legend. Gabriel's Legend's 11-1, and Gabriel's Legend has won from off the pace before once on this turf course, but he gets some more pieces generally than he does wins. Some traffic problems have been a problem for him in the past too, and Gabriel's Legend is one that I took in 4th as a result. Commissioner Oscar doesn't have much early speed either. He broke his maiden 2-back. That was just at the beginning of August. He and stablemate Victorious Vanda I thought would probably get similar trips in here, and they are both taking money as a result. 7-1 and even money. I think we'll get a bit closer by post time, but Commissioner Oscar is definitely the better price of the two at the moment. And between them is DeGhost. DeGhost likes to come from out of things. He hasn't had much success on the turf up to this point. I would have given him a much closer look had this race come off the grass, but he is 8-1. Your favorite on the outside, Victorious Vanda, the choice of both Paul and Kevin. Lots and lots of people, as he is 4-5. And Victorious Vanda looks to pick up his second career win and his first on the turf. This third race is headed to the track right now, 8 minutes to post. Solid 4-5 favorite is that lovely gray that just left us, Victorious Vanda. I'm going to try to upset him with Cat Trick, and I'm the only one trying to do it. We find out who comes from victorious in the third in 8 minutes. Your wagering options consist of pick threes, doubles, exactas, tries, 10-cent supers, and we got a power play coming your way in the next couple of minutes.
Sir Leonard Dykert. To the firm turf course for the third, courtesy of John Deere.
Welcome up to the press box. Tri-State Bobcat, a great sponsor here all year long of the Power Play. We're going to try to get a little goofy here with Johnny Bigani in race 5. It's been a little formful early. I still think there's some real price potential tonight, and I think this guy at a price has a shot. 8-1 morning line. You see that this horse, throughout most of his early running as a 3-year-old, has been on the dirt. One turf try, and I was really encouraged last time out, back on September the 2nd, against some real nice claiming competition, including Happy Hour Bobby. Chased that one all the way around, never really got tired, and showed me that this horse has the potential maybe to stretch out. The bloodlines say it too. Sky Mesa, turf bloodlines, and route bloodlines in the mix. Let's go back and watch this race. It wasn't a comfortable trip. This horse was in among horses. The eventual winner, who I mentioned was Happy Hour Bobby, was loose on the lonely lead. And a lot of times when you're a speed horse and you don't get the lead, especially a young speed horse, they tend to back out of there when they turn for home, but this horse did not do that. And this is really encouraging. The way this horse finishes up, this horse was very well met. Happy Hour Bobby was too good. Salty veteran, tip your hat, move on. But I really liked the way this horse leveled off and ran his race, even though the race shape didn't favor him. And this tells me, moving forward, that maybe a route of ground works. Inside post, with speed, at a price. Yeah, Johnny Bigani, the Power Play, looking to light the lamp tonight.
They've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Post time for the third. And we go back to the turf course. Welcome to those here with RM Management and Navigator and Martin Brothers Foods. Featured guests for the third race on the lawn at CPY. Victorious Vanda favored. He'll be the last in line. Favorite, last in. And they're racing. The bookenders came out beautifully. Inside, Wild Time. Outside, Victorious Vanda. And splitting them is Catrick at 12-1, taking the lead. Catrick trying to sail wire to wire. De Ghost, 17-1, just off the flank of the leader, Catrick. And as they head around the first turn, Catrick leads it and leads it by 1.5. Now Wild Time re-emerges to the inside. Victorious Vanda the Gray to the outside. After that, Commissioner Oscar 5th and 7 from the front. 2.5 after that, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man to the inside of Gabriel's Legend. Then we come back about 2.5 to Who Does It Better, and Red's Mr. Z is last. And up top, who is first? It's Catrick. Catrick purring along with a 3-length lead. De Ghost, a narrow second. Victorious Vanda to the outside of De Ghost. Inside of that, Wild Time, and Catrick's lead is diminished to 1. After that, Commissioner Oscar still 5 out of it. 1.5 clear from Rambling Gambling Man. Behind them, Gabriel's Legend. Then it's Who Does It Better. And still nothing from Red's Mr. Z, who indeed is in the red. 3 astern around the turn. Catrick in the queue, leading it by a neck. Between them, De Ghost, Victorious Vanda 3 wide, and said trio is 7 clear from Wild Time, and it a count. Catrick tenaciously holding on. Between them, De Ghost, Victorious Vanda game but drifting. Between them, Rambling Gambling Man. After that, Wild Time far outside Gabriel's Legend. It is Catrick. It is Catrick, wire to wire at 12-1. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows 3, 4, 8, 9. Number 3, Catrick, first. The upset-laden third race, official. First pick 3 this Thursday, 54.60. The 3-4 exacta, 363. The trifecta paid 1,814. 348 trifecta, 1,814 for 50 cents. The 10-cent superfecta, 1,614 for a dime. Favored in fourth. Race number 4, 20 minutes from now. John Deere Dirt, no scratches. Race 4, provided by Maker's Mark and Busch Light. Now entering the winner's circle, Catrick and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owner, Craig Bond. The winning trainer, David Van Winkle. Catrick is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Real Solution out of the English Channel mare, Memorable Finish. Bred in Minnesota by Hannah Miller. Favorite, last in. And they're racing. The bookenders came out beautifully. Inside, Wild Time. Outside, Victorious Vanda. And splitting them is Catrick at 12-1, taking the lead. Catrick trying to sail wire to wire. De Ghost, 17-1, just off the flank of the leader, Catrick. And as they head around the first turn, Catrick leads it and leads it by 1.5. Now Wild Time re-emerges to the inside. Victorious Vanda the Gray to the outside. After that, Commissioner Oscar 5th and 7 from the front. 2.5 after that, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man to the inside of Gabriel's Legend. Then we come back about 2.5 to Who Does It Better, and Red's Mr. Z is last. And up top, who is first? It's Catrick. Catrick purring along with a 3-length lead. De Ghost, a narrow second. Victorious Vanda to the outside of De Ghost. Inside of that, Wild Time, and Catrick's lead is diminished to 1. After that, Commissioner Oscar still 5 out of it, 1.5 clear from Rambling Gamblin' Man. Behind them, Gabriel's Legend. Then it's Who Does It Better, and still nothing from Red's Mr. Z, who indeed is in the red. 3 astern around the turn. Catrick in the queue, leading it by a neck. Between them, De Ghost, Victorious Vanda 3 wide, and said Trio is 7 clear from Wild Time, and here they come. Catrick tenaciously holding on. Between them, De Ghost, Victorious Vanda game but drifting. Between them, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. After that, Wild Time far outside Gabriel's Legend. It is Catrick. It is Catrick, wire to wire at 12-1.
Cat Trick steals the third under a very skillful ride by Alonso Quinones, rationed him along perfectly, and he pulls the 12-1 upset in race number 3. Now on to the fourth. This starts the final 5. Jeff and I were talking about these pick 5s before the races. Takes one upset like that to really make him pay well, and one of them does start right here. This is the final 5. That's a 10% takeout wager, and I put together a ticket that's on screen right now. I used 4 and 7 to start things off in here. I used Vintage Port and the outside running Flatter Me Baby. Flatter Me Baby is going to be a much larger favorite than I thought she would be, but she deserves to be off her last couple of races. And then I'm going to spread out in the next race. That goes back to the turf, and there is a lot of speed involved from the outside. I used Cowboys Cause. Across the Causeway, my top selection in there. I did use Blue Jay Way because I think they're going to try to pull the same thing that they did with Cat Trick, use Blue Jay Way's speed and maybe get him back in the winning mood, and Star Mission on the outside. I just used a couple of them. Gimme Mo Money is going to be a big favorite in race number 6, and I know that she deserves to be, but I did use the first or just to her inside just because Peyton's Beauty has put in some really good works in the morning. Usually the barn does better after a start or 2, but those really caught my eye, so I did have to use 2 and 3. Now 1 and 4 for me will be all I need in race number 7. Master of Disguise is probably going to be another pretty heavy favorite, but without equal on the inside, I thought was interesting coming from off the pace and on the cutback. If things get very, very hot up front, he will be rolling late. I use Miss Callie and My Woman in the last. My Woman, out of sheer respect to my partner off to the left, and my top pick, Miss Callie, I think could steal it. It could be, if it goes right the way that I'm looking at it, a lot of theft on the turf on the front end, a lot of speed horses on my ticket, and that ticket starts here on the dirt. We go 5 furlongs, 2-year-olds, Minnesota-bred girls, and you and I have the same horses involved in the top 2, but our choices are reversed. You took Flatter Me Baby on top, and she comes off a couple of dynamite second-place finishes.
She does, and last time out, kind of a heartbreaker when you take the lead in mid-stretch in a $75,000 stakes race. Before we get to this race, though, I'm surrounded by sharps. We've got Angela Herman and our tip sheet guy, Super Stats Dave. Those green sheets are worth the $2, by the way. Both selecting Cat Trick last race at 12-1. Outstanding work by you guys. And, yeah, this 7 is the most likely winner, but I'm not betting this horse at 2-5. Let's start on the inside. Dave Miller had a real nice winner last week, and, boy, was that horse impressive on the lawn. Now they're on the main track. They're sequestered to the inside. Good bloodlines. Outwork is the sire. De Silva's the pilot. Anytime Dave Miller has a horse, I'm going to pay attention. This guy knows what he's doing, and I think 22-1 is a crazy big price.
Yeah, I wanted to get a look at her down here, too. She's very well behaved. It looks like she's ready for the first start of her career. It looked like she worked out of the gate with a horse named Bears D, who worked a little bit quicker than she did out of the gate. She is by a 14% first-time out sire and Outwork, but her dam has not dropped a horse that's even hit the board in its debut. I was going to give her today and hope that maybe a good price and work her into the exotics would be more of the spot for her. Gopher's Axe comes from one of the barns that's had one of the best 2-year-old meets thus far. Really, really good numbers for them with their juveniles this summer.
What do you know? Pete Matson has another well-bred filly that looks like she can run. As much as things change, they always seem to stay the same out here. And fun to see Dave Miller and Pete Matson, longtime friends, big-time supporters of racing in Minnesota, with the inside 2 first-time starters. Both look like they have a future. This horse taking some money, 9-2, so that's a good sign. I like the workout pattern coming in. Wouldn't be surprised if the horse can run. Pepper and Mint, the 3 is a puzzle. You get Chip Woolley, a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. You get a horse that 2 back, ran a race that likely puts the horse into contention, and then last time as the favorite showed nothing.
Well, last time around she didn't get close to the lead, and sometimes if they don't get there and they don't have things their own way very early on in their career, they're just going to kind of give up and call it a day. Maybe that's what happened to Pepper and Mint that day, but those 3 starts that you mentioned are an advantage for her. I think that her speed, if she can get clear somehow, will put her in a much better position early, maybe for another piece. But Vintage Port is the horse that I chose in here. Cody Rosine's barn is looking for another win today. The Butzo's looking for another impressive performance from one of their young fillies, and Vintage Port gets blinkers today. She did come from off the pace in both of her first 2. She learned a little something, I thought, out of that first one. Last time was just maybe more troublesome, but Vintage Port should show more speed, give herself less to do, and I think she's the one to beat, and she's 8-1. I can't believe that. 13-1 on Take Charge Lila.
Yeah, that Take Charge Lila made a middle move last time and looks like a horse that's still figuring things out. The other Bethke horse with Kelsey, and again, we know all about Kelsey. We're running out of time. Dashing Darling, Barejas for Miguel Angel Silva. Dawn's the hood for this. I would expect some speed.
I would think so, too. Dashing Darling is going to make her 3rd career start. Both of the fillies getting blinkers in here should find themselves closer to the pace. Those blinkers on youngsters are used to get them focused, maybe keep them closer to the pace. You don't see them on Flatter Me Baby, your top choice, though.
She looks fantastic. On the muscle, good-looking coat. And, again, if Troy Bethke's horse can run the race she ran last time, she wins. My biggest fear is the bounce factor. She ran her guts out last time. I fear the bounce. I don't love the price, but I think this horse has a ton of talent, and most of the people on the grid agree. But you and T-Pop bullish on the 4. Interesting indeed. We got Minnesota-bred fillies here going 5 furlongs. The future of racing in Minnesota looks pretty darn good. What a fun field this is, the handicap. Race number 4, and don't forget the final 5. Ange is red hot. She just gave you a ticket. You owe it to yourself to put that ticket in right now and have some fun. Final 5, race 4 coming up, coming at you next.
It is now race time. Vintage Port. Flatter Me Baby, heavily favored. The Vintage Port colors, victorious at Churchill Downs about an hour ago for Barry and Joni Butzo. Cocolina. Gophers Axe, one of two debuting. One out. Flatter Me Baby, last in. Here come the baby girls. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Cocolina. Great beginning for Pepper and Mint between runners. Dashing Darling with those shades, flashing speed. Flatter Me Baby, 3 wide of said duo. After that, it's 2, maybe 3. Now 4 lengths back to take charge. Lila about to be joined by Vintage Port. 8 lengths out of it to the outside of Gophers Axe, debuting 8 out of it. And about 5-6 clear from Cocolina. Flatter Me Baby. Flatter Me Baby pulls Guillermo Rodriguez to a 1-length lead. Pepper and Mint fights back to the inside. After that, Dashing Darling about 3-4 clear from Gophers Axe, who's running on to the inside. Flatter Me Baby trying to put away a tenacious Pepper and Mint into the final furlong, and she's done it. Flatter Me Baby looking beautiful and opening up an insurmountable lead. Flatter Me Baby is gone. 7-3-4 in race 4. Number 7, Flatter Me Baby, first. 7-3-4-2. Hold them all. The 4th race, official. On to the 5th. It's 20 minutes from now. Turf firm, rail at 15, no scratches. The fifth race begins the second and final pick 4 today at Canterbury. Into the winner's circle, Flatter Me Baby and jockey Guillermo Rodriguez. The winning owner, Dennis Strokirch. The winning trainer, winning his second race tonight, Troy Bethke. Flatter Me Baby is a 2-year-old brown filly by Cinco Charlie out of Flatter Me Not. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. Dennis Strokirch. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Cocalina. Great beginning for Pepper and Mint between runners. Dashing Darling with those shades, flashing speed. Flatter Me Baby, 3 wide of said duo. After that, it's 2, maybe 3, now 4 lengths back to take charge. Lila about to be joined by Vintage Port, 8 lengths out of it to the outside of Gopher's Axe, debuting 8 out of it, and about 5-6 clear from Cocalina. Flatter Me Baby. Flatter Me Baby pulls Guillermo Rodriguez to a 1-length lead. Pepper and Mint fights back to the inside. After that, Dashing Darling about 3-4 clear from Gopher's Axe, who's running onto the inside. Flatter Me Baby trying to put away a tenacious Pepper and Mint into the final furlong, and she's done it. Flatter Me Baby looking beautiful and opening up an insurmountable lead. Flatter Me Baby is gone. 7-3-4 in race 4.
Well, nice to see Troy Bethke with a couple of wins on the card, and Flatter Me Baby ran that big race in that stakes event on festival night, came back to validate that effort under a triple hammerlock there, sub 1 minute for 5 furlongs. That could be a real filly with a future. Good ride by G-Rod. Maybe saved enough for this horse to come back and run before the meet's over, but she is sharp right now. Bethke's got 2, and we move on to race 5. We go back on the turf, and here comes the hot horse at the windows. I was promised 8-1 with that morning line, my top pick. It's Johnny Bigani. The 8-1 is out the door. I'm hoping for 3-1 now. Holy cow, the betting in this race. I get Kelsey Haar. I get my guy Joel Burnt, who's an excellent horseman. And I get a horse that has an inside post with speed. And that was my agenda here. I liked that turf sprint last time out. I liked the way Johnny Bigani handled that, but we've never been around 2 turns. So this is something the horse has never done, so keep that in mind with that price. But I think there's talent there, and I love the way Kelsey's able to control a race if she can get loose. The horse to beat, in my opinion, is the 2 on paper. This is Mystifier, and Mystifier is going to fall into a really good trip. Knowing the 1 is likely going to go, this 2 is going to go right over, hug the inside, and turf racing is all about 2 things: saving ground and saving energy, and this horse is going to be a problem when they turn for home. G-Rod looks to win back-to-back races. 7-2 is a fair price. I can't put together a trifecta or superfecta without Mystifier on my ticket. That horse is really in a good spot for victory here and should be a handful at 7-2. Number 3 is Color Me Legendary. Morales gets the call here. The 2 turf races in the past performances are sneaky good this year, so the horse looks like a horse that should be double digits, but maybe a horse that can sneak into the bottom side of your supers. 4 is LL's Classy Dude. Arroyo gets the call here. The turf effort last time out wasn't much to write home about. And if you go back to last year, the turf efforts were kind of middling. So maybe better on dirt. I think they're still trying to figure this one out. Only 15 starts, so certainly some upside there at a price right now of 20-1. 5 is Supreme Leader. I love the way Serafin Carmona's riding. He's been fantastic. Horse has tracking speed. Horse should fall into a good trip, too. I think 11-1 is too big a price. That horse will be in my Superfecta box. Mr. Cougar is the 6. He's 1 for 46. Yikes. But on the turf, he's raced 14 times, 6 for 14 in the trifecta. One of those horses that could clunk in there at a giant price to make the try and super juicy. 7 is Cowboy Cause. This horse has been a big price every step of the way, and I don't get it. I've got the horse 4th if you go online to see my picks, and everything that Veronica Litvin puts on the track seems to outrun their odds, so I have to use the 7. I think this horse should be mid-pack and have some closing kick here when the real running starts. 8 is Cross the Causeway. Angela Herman and Paul Allen like this one. Outside stalking post. Should get a great trip right behind Johnny Bigani. 9 is Blue Jay Way. The blinkers come on, and Van Winkle's already won a race on the turf at a price with this jockey. So I guess we've been warned. We saw Cat Trick, same connections, interesting horse. And number 10, Star Mission, the Wolfgang. Very, very difficult post, but horse looks good down here in the walking ring. And if you go back to those last couple starts, this horse has been right there with similar competition. So you can absolutely make a case for another horse at double digits. This is a fantastic betting opportunity. Find your way to that try in Superfecta. You might need a wheelbarrow to get that money home here. This has potential. Good luck. It's race 5. It's the final pick 4 of the day. The late pick 4 offers races 5, 6, 7, and 8. You could win hundreds, maybe thousands if you play the pick 4. They'll be at the gate inside 8 minutes. Good luck.
It's late pick 4 time. We're up to the 5th race, and a rare instance of me going against the power play. Yes, the angle today is going to go directly against Johnny Bigani, your current 2-1 favorite. It's Cross the Causeway. He's 7-2 at the moment, but there's a few things to like about Cross the Causeway, and some recent changes in play for him. This is recent times, but we haven't seen a whole bunch of Cross the Causeway lately. That's what this means. That double line means that he was off from June of last year until August of this year. It's a long time, and a horse returning at 2 turns, it's not an easy task. That's what he did last time. That is the race that we're going to take a look at in just a bit. He was claimed out of that race. He was bought for $10,000 by his current trainer, Esteban Martinez, and that's been a good angle for this barn. This is the only trio that's been claimed by the barn this season. Haunted Haze, West Island, and Cali Bally are the 3 horses. And one of the features of Formulator, DRF, you can use off to the right. That's where they finish up. His first 2 claims of the meet both won after just a couple of weeks off, and that's similar to the pattern that Cross the Causeway is going to try to fulfill today. This is his most recent race. Now, this was on the dirt. He's going to be on the turf, but this is a versatile horse. He can handle both surfaces as he's shown in the past, and Cross the Causeway should have got a lot out of this start. This is a 3-5 favorite, Gold Magic. He had a lot of backlash to him. He had a lot of speed. You can see the fractions that he set. They're rather pedestrian. But Cross the Causeway still managed to get himself in the race on the turn. And remember, this horse has been off for over a year. He's running on his wrong lead around the turn, then he switches back to the right one, then he switches back to his correct lead in the stretch. He gets a little bit tired. He can't run down the big favorite, but after the table was set like that, the big favorite should have won the way that he did, and Cross the Causeway didn't lose too much in defeat. He's still finishing up pretty well on the outside, and even though he was second best that day, again, he was claimed out of that start, and he's the angle in this upcoming 5th race.
The fifth race is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park, and it's post time. In line, Johnny Bigani, Mr. Cougar, Cowboy Cause, Mystifier, 3-1. Cross the Causeway, 2-1. Color Me Legendary, Blue Jay Way with the shades. LL's Classy Dude, 2 back. Supreme Leader and Star Mission. One out. Big field on the turf, and here they are. And they're racing. Great beginning, and great beginning for Johnny Bigani, bet down to 2-1. Johnny Bigani, speedy. Likewise for Cross the Causeway, who gets down into that 2-path, and 1 and 8 go fast. Right next to them, Blue Jay Way, now about 2.5 out of it as they head around the first turn. After that, we have Supreme Leader. That one's advancing to be about 3 from the front as the early pace slows down. Star Mission, 5 out of it, and running by Supreme Leader. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that to Cowboy Cause. That one now is 8, 9 lengths from the lead and to the outside of Color Me Legendary. 3.5 behind that we have Mr. Cougar, and Mr. Cougar is a good 15 lengths out of it and about 1.5 clear from Mystifier. They head into the far turn, and now 1 and 9 go at a breakneck pace. It is Johnny Bigani to the inside of Blue Jay Way. Johnny Bigani pulling clear by a half. After that, Cross the Causeway, 6 lengths from the front, attempting to re-engage. Then we come to Supreme Leader. That one spinning the wheels, overtaken by Star Mission. Behind that, Color Me Legendary's running on. Likewise for Mystifier, running on from second last. And they're chasing Johnny, who's trying to be Ghani. It is Johnny B. Ghani leading it by 5. Outside Star Mission. Next to that one is Supreme Leader. Mystifier closing fast. That's it for Johnny. He's all done. Johnny heading back to the barn, and up goes Supreme Leader. That one's 9-1. Supreme Leader with a supreme upset. 5-2-10 in race 5. Number 5, Supreme Leader, first. 5-2-10. Put it for fourth. Mr. Cougar fourth. The fifth race, official, 50-cent trifecta, $160.70. 10-cent superfecta, 5-2-10-6, paid $4.72. 7-5 double, $32. The pick three from race 3, $322.50. The pick four, $257.15. And the first pick five tonight, $669.80. Race 6, John Deere Dirt, no scratches. That one's courtesy of Kim Crawford Wines and Hormel. Into the winner's circle, Supreme Leader and Seraphin Carmona. Supreme Leader, owned by Hidden Creek Farm and Silva Racing. The winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Supreme Leader is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Preservanished out of Supreme Maker, bred in Minnesota by Scott Pierce. And they're racing. Great beginning for Johnny Begani. Bet down to 2-1. Johnny Begani, speedy. Likewise for Cross the Causeway, who gets down into that 2-path, and 1 and 8 go fast. Right next to them, Blue Jay Way, now about 2.5 out of it as they head around the first turn. After that, we have Supreme Leader. That one's advancing to be about 3 from the front as the early pace slows down. Star Mission, 5 out of it, and running by Supreme Leader. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that to Cowboy Cause. That one now is 8, 9 lengths from the lead and to the outside of Color Me Legendary. 3.5 behind that, we have Mr. Cougar, and Mr. Cougar is a good 15 lengths out of it, and about 1.5 clear from Mystifier. They head into the far turn, and now 1 and 9 go at a breakneck pace. It is Johnny Begani to the inside of Blue Jay Way. Johnny Begani pulling clear by a half. After that, Cross the Causeway, 6 lengths from the front, attempting to re-engage. Then we come to Supreme Leader. That one's spinning the wheels, overtaken by Star Mission. Behind that, Color Me Legendaries running on. Likewise for Mystifier, running on from second to last. And they're chasing Johnny, who's trying to be Gani. It is Johnny B. Gani leading it by 5. Outside Star Mission, next to that one is Supreme Leader. Mystifier closing fast. That's it for Johnny. He's all done. Johnny heading back to the barn, and up goes Supreme Leader. That one's 9-1. Supreme Leader with a supreme upset. 5-2-10 in race 5.
Well, turf racing has been spicy all season at Canterbury. We've seen a couple of nice priced winners here tonight. 12-1 in the earlier turf event. Now we get a horse that pays nearly $20. So that's exciting. If you're alive in the pick 5 or the pick 4, it gets real interesting here in the final 3 races. This is one of those hurdles, though, you got to overcome because it's a maiden race. Horses looking for their first win, and it's a baby race. These are the fillies. These are 2-year-olds. Some have never raced. You're going to want to look at these horses in the paddock. If you're out here with me, watch on our television monitors. Our crew here in the TV studio, as good as anybody nationwide, it's showing these horses preparing for their racing endeavor. And I think it gets a little more important in a race like this to see how these horses are acting. And it was a warm day in Minnesota here today in the mid-80s. It's still a little warm in the paddock. Make sure these horses aren't getting too washed out because it's kind of cooling off as the sun goes down. Let's handicap it together. We'll start with number 1, AF Tough One. And this is a horse that draws that pesky inside post. This horse has a couple of nice listed workouts, both breezes and both out of the gate. So as the horse has prepared for tonight, I like that both those gate works were sharp, not taking any money. 12-1 morning line set by a professional, near triple that up on the board. Number 2 is Peyton's Beauty, Kelsey Harford, Bobby Klein. Great combo here. More really good workouts. And again, gate workouts matter. This horse has 3 consecutive solid gate drills for Bobby Klein. Good bloodlines. I would expect this horse might have a little speed. Looks great in the paddock. Look at the ears on this too, north and south. Good muscle, good energy, but it's a controlled energy. She's not freaking out. So, yeah, I think this horse, Peyton's Beauty, makes a super impression down here. And 5-1 tells you that the barn might be betting, which is also good. Now, 3 has the advantage of been out there a couple times and raced. And last time out, at nearly 17-1, ran way too good to lose. Dueled on the front. Finally got caught late, but figures on paper tonight to be a real handful. No great shakes price-wise, even money, but if you're alive in that pick 5 and you've got that big price from race 5, you'll love to see this horse get home. Top pick for me at even money. Can't bet the horse at that number, but certainly going to consider trying to put an exacta together, keying the 3 on top. 4 is Miracle Minded, Eddie G, looking for a triple in the saddle. Well-bred horse. She's the daughter of Painter. Tony Rengsdorf, so very good with horses just like this. They haven't shown their cards with the workout, so we just don't know how fast this horse is, but the bloodlines tell you this horse can probably run, and anytime you see Gallardo get on, that's probably a good indicator that the horse has done some good things and could have some talent. 5 is Queen of Spirits. Betty Joe gets the call here for Nikki Goodwin. Fun combination. Blinkers go on. Didn't show us anything on debut, but from race 1 to race 2 is where you can see the most dramatic improvement. And with the blinkers going on, I would tab that one to be sneaky indeed. 6 is Curban d'Oro. Roman gets the call for Timmy P. Showed nothing last time, but note that this horse took money. On debut, bet down to 7-1. And Timmy Padilla's had an awesome meet, especially with maidens, so keep that in mind. 7 is Beautiful Breeze. Luis Fuentes gets on for Ryan Kenny. So here's a guy that rides first call for a lot of the big-name trainers. He's our top jockey. Gets on for a smaller barn. Bullet work. Interesting here at a good price, too. 8 is Casually Classy. Here's Veronica Litvin's horse with Carmona. Both have had brilliant summers. The horse ran a great race last time. Did all the dirty work early before fading late. Second time out, tab that one for improvement. I like the outside post, too. Jock has some options out there pressing the pace this time. 9 is Just Win Baby for all you Raiders fans out there. Wearing black and silver, couple of starts, and that experience should help the horse be legged up for some good work when they come down the stretch. There you see the grid of selections. We are down to our final 3 races of the night. Where'd the time go? Race number 6, Baby Girls, coming up and coming at you next.
Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. Maidens onto the John Deere dirt. Race 6, no scratches. 5 minutes. They're at the starting gate. It is now race time. Gimme Mo Money, 8-5. Beautiful Breeze, one of 4 firsters. Miracle Minded, Casually Classy, 3-1. Just Win, baby. Last in line. Just Win, baby. Pondering. Here come the baby girls. And they're racing. All off squarely, and from the 6th spot, Kerban D. Oro with elite early speed. And at 50-1, this one tears away by 2. Right behind that, Gimme Mo Money, just to the inside of Casually Classy, who's advancing and doing so 5 clear from the firster. Miracle Minded, shaken up in the early stages. Queen of Spirits next to that Philly, well-strong outfield. Just Win, baby, wide, 8 out of it. The 50-1 shot still leads. Then we come to Peyton's Beauty, debuting 10 out of it, not asked for run. 3 clear from AF Tough One, and the one in last is Beautiful Breeze. They approach the top of the stretch, and outside, Gimme Mo Money attacks this Kerban Dioro, who's 50-1, and those two are locked in battle as they head for home. Outside of that, Casually Classy is swooping into action, and said trio is 5 lengths clear from Miracle Minded. After that, Peyton's Beauty's closing rather quickly, but far out of it, and up goes Casually Classy. Casually Classy, bet down to 8-5, prevails, beating Gimme Mo Money. Peyton's Beauty third. Number 8, Casually Classy, first. 8-3-2-6. Race 6, Official. Most recent double, 7160. Exacta 6 and change. Trifecta 8 and change. Superfecta $19 and change. And the pick 3 paid $60.60. The 7th is the Thursday penultimate. And scratch number 6, Make It Burn. Race 7, about 20 minutes from now, and courtesy of Quick Trip and the Minnesota Lottery. We also thank Dick Sanitation, Diageo, and Armadillo Decks. Into the winner's enclosure, Casually Classy. 2 in a row for jockey Serafin Carmona. The winning owner, Randy Primachuk, and the winning trainer, Veronica Litvin. And they're racing all off squarely, and from the 6th spot, Kurban D Oro with elite early speed, and at 50 to 1 this one tears away by 2. Right behind that, Gimme Mo Money just to the inside of Casually Classy, who's advancing and doing so. 5 clear from the firster. Miracle Minded shaken up in the early stages. Queen of Spirits next to that filly, well strung outfield. Just Win Baby wide, 8 out of it. The 50 to 1 shot still leads. Then we come to Peyton's Beauty debuting, 10 out of it, not asked for run. 3 clear from AF Tough One, and the one in last is Beautiful Breeze. They approach the top of the stretch, and outside Gimme Mo Money attacks this Kurban Dioro, who's 50 to 1, and those two are locked in battle as they head for home. Outside of that, Casually Classy swooping into action, and said trio is 5 lengths clear from Miracle Minded. After that, Peyton's Beauty's closing rather quickly, but far out of it, and up goes Casually Classy. Casually Classy, bet down to 8 to 5, prevails, beating Gimme Mo Money. Peyton's Beauty third.
Been a solid meet for Veronica Litvin. Those horses consistent all year long firing, and she gets another win. So does the bug boy, Serafin Carmona. It's been the summer of Serafin. We've seen this kid grow up right before our very eyes. And, boy, again, he's had a lot of nights like this where all of a sudden you don't notice him, you turn around, he's got multiple wins. And he's got a chance here for 3 in a row. They're betting his horse. Paul Allen touted his horse. He's on the outside market, but we're going to start our handicapping conversation with number 1, Without Equal. Eduardo Gallardo won the first couple. He's been hot all summer, too. Now, he's got a closer here that's going to sit back, save ground, and hope that the pace comes back to him. In these short sprints at 6 furlongs, if you've got a horse like this that likes to do their best running in the stretch, you're going to have to be at the mercy of the fractions up front. I see some speed. I don't see crazy speed. I wanted to pick the 1 in the worst way, but I just didn't know if there'd be enough time in the stretch if those front markers aren't really pushed early. But I think the 1 is a major player for the trifectas. We'll see what kind of price we get. Number 2 is Mr. Insensitive, Barajas from Miguel Angel Silva. Boy, this horse has done a lot of running here this summer and shows up in weird spots and fires. So I didn't have 6 furlongs on my bingo card. He's been routing on the turf and the dirt on the cutback like the 1. Should be a factor in the late stages. Number 3 is JJ's Wildcat. This one for McKinley with Arroyo astride. Has a touch of speed, but will need to really use that speed to overcome on paper what could be an arduous task to get the win. Certainly would be a big price if you can get that one home. 4 is my top pick. Don't love the price at all, but the Cajun Shippers here at Canterbury don't come around very often, but last seen at Evangeline has raced at Lone Star. And in a race where there just isn't a ton of speed, this horse figures to get a good trip. I get Fuentes, I get Matty Williams. This horse is going to be out near the front. I don't think there's enough speed in this race to make that a problem, so I think Master of Disguise might be all dressed up in the winner's circle after this race. Got Ghosted is the 5, another horse that's been routing lately, so yet another contender that probably does his best running in the late stages. Good energy down here in the walking ring. Once again, though, like the inside 2 horses, probably at the mercy of the pace. Now, Paul Allen has been getting crafty all summer with his selections. He brings out a long shot here, number 7, Last Stand. 6-1 in the morning line because the jockey is hot. They're betting this one a little bit. But the one thing this 7 has going for him is lots of early speed in a race where there just isn't much early pace. The 7 might fall into a good trip. Carmona's hot. Always fun to see Georgie Smith with a contender. I would expect this horse to be loose early. Looks decent down here in the walking ring with those big red cups for blinkers. And again, I think this is a race where if the 4 and 7 get crazy and duel and go super fast, then you bring horses like the 1 and 2 into the mix. If the 4 can sit just off the 7 and pounce, which is kind of how I see the race, then I think it's going to be a race where the 4 has a lot of success at a small price. I'm going to try to get lucky by Keen and Exacta over the 1 or 2 and try to get that thing to pay a little bit more than right now on the board at 8-5. Race 7 is a 6 furlong event. It's the late daily double. Don't forget about the late daily double. We're back on Saturday, by the way. Make plans to join us. The weather looks spectacular. We've got a 5 o'clock post. You can get some deals, too. Head to CanterburyPark.com for all the information. We race through the end of the month. Just 6 more days of racing after tonight, so you're going to want to join us. I mean, where else would you rather be tonight? This is a perfect night to be out here. Hopefully you can put a little extra money in your pocket here with the late daily double. They'll be at the gate inside 7 minutes. Right now they head down the tunnel. Soon we get the bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, with that call to the post.
to the racetrack for the 7th, scratch number 6. Post time in 5 minutes. Directing your attention to the screen in the infield or television monitors, our friends at Quick Trip are giving away free gas for a year to one lucky person here at Canterbury Park. To enter, scan the QR code and submit your contact information, and you are qualified to win. The winner will be announced closing day of the 2024 Canterbury season, September 28th. There at the gate, it's race time. Master of Disguise favored, one of the first two in, without equal. JJ's Wildcat. Last stand. Last horse. Goes in. Yeah, they come. Racing put a cue around the start. They've broken a line. JJ's Wildcat with good speed. Got ghosted with good speed. Right behind them, Master of Disguise. And last stand is 4 wide. After that, Mr. Insensitive comes firing through to the inside, looking to join the Speed Brigade. And now we have 4 in a line with 4 furlongs to go. And without equal is watching it from 8 out of it. It is Mr. Insensitive rallying up to the inside of Master of Disguise, who takes the lead, and Master of Disguise trying to run away. Behind them, got ghosted. After that, last stand, rolling by JJ's Wildcat without equal, still about 8 lengths from the lead, but running on. Around about the quarter pole, Master of Disguise tugs them along. Mr. Insensitive to the inside. Outside of that, got ghosted. Last stand trying to be the first horse home. After that, without equal, and JJ's Wildcat tails off to last. Master of Disguise by 1.5. Between them, got ghosted. Last stand finishing fast to the outside. It is got ghosted. Last stand, Master of Disguise. Got ghosted. 2 game. Number 5 got ghosted first. The numbers 5, 7, 4, 2. Now entering the winner's circle, Got Ghosted and Constantino Roman. Got Ghosted is owned by Wayne Scanlon and trained by Canterbury Park Hall of Famer Burnell Roan. Got Ghosted is a 3-year-old chestnut son of Shaman Ghost from the 5-star Day Mare Wanna Day. Bred in Minnesota by winning owner Mr. Wayne Scanlon. Race 7 official. The 8th is our live finale this evening. No scratches, no rider changes to the gate in 20. Racing, put a Q around the start. They've broken a line. JJ's Wildcat with good speed. Got Ghosted with good speed. Right behind them, Master of Disguise and Last Stand is 4 wide. After that, Mr. Insensitive comes firing through to the inside, looking to join the Speed Brigade. And now we have 4 in a line with 4 furlongs to go. And Without Equal is watching it from 8 out of it. It is Mr. Insensitive rallying up to the inside of Master of Disguise, who takes the lead, and Master of Disguise trying to run away. Behind them, Got Ghosted. After that, Last Stand rolling by JJ's Wildcat. Without Equal, still about 8 lengths from the lead, but running on. Around about the quarter pole, Master of Disguise tugs them along. Mr. Insensitive to the inside. Outside of that, Got Ghosted. Last Stand trying to be the first horse home. After that, Without Equal and JJ's Wildcat tails off to last. Master of Disguise by 1.5. Between them, Got Ghosted. Last Stand finishing fast to the outside. It is Got Ghosted. Last Stand, Master of Disguise. Got Ghosted. 2 game.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg up in the prestigious TV studio here in the press box. Excited for Race 8. Excited to come back on Saturday for that 5 o'clock first post. We've had a chance at a carryover into Saturday. Right. If the 3 Dixie Girl 2 wins, we've got a carryover once again and some big payoffs potentially here in the Pick 5.
Well, and even if nobody gets the Pick 5, if Dixie Girl 2 wins, whoever has her in the Pick 4 is in line for nearly $11,000. Kind of the payouts you get. And we've just had some mild upsets, I guess, along the way through the process. Had, just a couple big favorites get beat. That's what you get out of it. Now we got 12 minutes until race number 8. You mentioned the carryover possibility with Dixie Girl 2. But this was not such an easy race to sort out because you had to determine where the pace was going to come from. And on paper, it might look like Miss Callie will just go. I'm wondering what the maiden Aunt Alex is going to do as far as tactics go because her stablemate has very little early speed. But if pace makes the race, we got to start with the filly that's on screen now. She is 2-1. I picked her in here because I thought that she could steal it. And Miss Callie, even though she's, not the fleetest of foot early, I don't think she's going to be going 45 or anything like that. She's quick enough, I think, to clear anybody to her right. And if Miss Callie and Luis Fuentes can just settle into some sort of rhythm up front, that is when she's at her toughest. I don't like the price at all. Price stinks, but a lot of people seeing the same sort of thing that I am. But Lady Astrid next door, one of those fillies that likes to come from far off the pace, maybe stretching out, she will just naturally find herself closer to the lead.
I think she'll be closer. I do. If you go back a couple of starts to that 83 buyer figure, which stands out like a sore thumb, she was chasing a 22 flat quarter. So that tells me she's not going to be that far behind. I think Kelsey's a pretty aggressive rider. So I think the inside 3 have got enough speed to make it interesting. Dixie Girl 2 is the horse for the carryover. I got to be brutally honest. I don't see it on paper, but in a race like this, late in the season, stranger things have happened.
It's true, and in her longer races, she too has found herself a bit closer. I think it just depends on what tactics Pena wants to take, because he got a little more aggressive too back when they were on the dirt, and then when she's been on the turf, he's laid a little bit further back. Since they are on the dirt tonight, I wouldn't be surprised to see him hit the gas. I just don't know if that'll be enough to really push Ms. Callie along and get her out of her comfort zone. But if they do, if it sets up the way that you just laid out, my woman at 4-1 is like stealing. That's a great price on her from that 9 to 5 morning line with some of the races that she's put together at a relative level to this, going long on the dirt. There's just so much to like about her. I looked up and had to do a double take that she's 4-1.
It's not going to stay 4-1, but I think we're going to get 5-2. And I think if you get 5-2, this is fair market value. Her 2 turf races aren't very good. Her last 2 dirt races, if I'm being honest, win this race. So she's the horse to beat. Bruce Reekins had a great meet. Kind of under the radar at 10%, but his horses have all been firing, and the jockey is looking for a triple. On Alex is that maiden, and I got to tell you, this horse is quirky enough. And, you look at buyer speed figures, the best last out speed figure lies right here. Problem is, Ann, she might be way back.
Well, she could be very far off the pace, but I wouldn't be surprised to see her go after Ms. Callie. I mean, there's 2 of them in here. I got to say, she's getting a little hot down there. It is not warm anymore tonight. On Alex, I think might be a little keyed up. Maybe she will be closer to the lead than her stablemate. Both of them are in here, and both of them I don't think will get identical trips. But there's a reason that there's a maiden in against winners, and I think that she may be up there pushing things along, making sure that an honest pace is in order for her stablemate, my woman. Jewel Azul on the outside is Paul Allen's selection. Make me a case.
She looks fantastic. We just saw her on the screen while you were talking. She looks awesome. That's the case. I mean, on paper, she's going to be likely off what could be a pretty mediocre front pace. But I got to tell you, she made quite the impression in the paddock. She'll get my award for best turned out in the circle, no doubt about it. And off that, certainly an interesting tout for Paul Allen. We've got betting options here for you. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. We close the show on a Thursday night. We'll see you on Saturday, 5 o'clock first post. Can't wait to get back at it.
All righty. The chaser didn't plan to have a chaser this evening, but I had to run up here because you're not going to believe what I saw. I'm here about ready to leave Canterbury, and then all of a sudden on TV monitors I see an ad for Continental Diamond. Now, the chaser, of course, is stuck, but as I was leaving, I still had my program, and I looked down and I saw number 6, Jewel Azul, and I'm like, this is too good to be true. So we're going to take this here $100 bill and put it to win on number 6, Jewel Azul. And in a roundabout way, that's how I became the chaser. It's race time. Into the gate for the 8th. The lucky last. Woman is 7-5 in favor. 2 left to load. Dixie Girl 2 and Jewel Azul. Our starter is Oscar Quitos. And they're racing. Perfect start, but shortly after the start, on Alex pinch back to last. Ms. Callie with good speed at 3.5 to 1, and Ms. Callie goes blazing around that first turn with the lead, and it's an ever widening lead. It's now 2, maybe 2.5. Dixie Girl 2 at fat odds lay second, and to the outside of Lady Astrid. Then we come back to Woman about 7 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Jewel Azul. On Alex recovers to be 7 out of it. Ms. Callie in hand and in command. Ms. Callie and Fuentes by 3. Lady Astrid is second. After that, the gray Dixie Girl 2. She's about 4 lengths from the front and 1 clear from the Woman. That one's being asked for run in the middle stages and just was passed by on Alex. After that, Jewel Azul in touch with the leader. Wide as they head into the far turn and about 6 out of it. Number 1 is still number 1. Ms. Callie trying to win it from here to Callie. It is Ms. Callie leading it still clearly. Now Lady Astrid takes up the running in second to the outside of this tearaway Ms. Callie. They're 3.5, 4 clear from Aunt Alex to the inside of my woman. Jewel Azul is 10 out of it to the outside of Dixie Girl 2, and up goes the lady. Lady Astrid leads it by 2.5 and is running away. Lady Astrid puts away Ms. Callie, and after that is Aunt Alex, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Lady Astrid, who wins impressively. Number 2, Lady Astrid first. Photography for the rest. The numbers 2, 5, 4, 1. In the winner's circle, number 2, Lady Astrid with Kelsey Haar. The winning owner and trainer, Robert Klein. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes at Canterbury Saturday at 5 o'clock. And when that day begins, we only have 6 days of live racing remaining. On behalf of our management team, those of us here in the Dark Star press box, and for everybody in television, thank you very much for watching and wagering on racing at Canterbury Park as Kelsey rings the bell for the Leg Up Fund, meaning $100 for injured and or disabled riders. Thank you, Kelsey, and thank you, everybody, for taking in Canterbury Park. If you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. Is Oscar Quitos. And they're racing. Perfect start, but shortly after the start on Alex Pinch back to last. Ms. Callie with good speed at 3.5 to 1, and Ms. Callie goes blazing around that first turn with the lead, and it's an ever widening lead. It's now 2, maybe 2.5. Dixie Girl 2 at fat odds lay second, and to the outside of Lady Astrid. Then we come back to Woman about 7 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Jewel Azul on Alex, recovers to be 7 out of it. Ms. Callie in hand and in command. Ms. Callie and Fuentes by 3. Lady Astrid is second. After that, the gray Dixie Girl 2. She's about 4 lengths from the front and 1 clear from a woman. That one's being asked for run in the middle stages and just was passed by Aunt Alex. After that, Jewel Azul in touch with the leader wide as they head into the far turn and about 6 out of it. Number 1 is still number 1. Ms. Callie trying to win it from here to Callie. It is Ms. Callie leading it still clearly. Now Lady Astrid takes up the running in second to the outside of this tearaway Ms. Callie. They're 3.5, 4 clear from Aunt Alex to the inside of my woman. Jewel Azul is 10 out of it to the outside of Dixie Girl 2. And up goes the lady. Oh, Lady Astrid leads it by 2.5 and is running away. Lady Astrid puts away Ms. Callie, and after that is Aunt Alex, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Lady Astrid, who wins impressively.